Hello, I am Chris from Airwindows, and here we are doing another live stream. And I apologize for it being kind of late, but it's doing reasonably well considering that this was another Godot audio meeting. And it was quite interesting because there was somebody new that showed up, and everybody was sort of feeling out like who gets to change what and so on and so forth. It's always interesting where that goes, and they never manage to end on time. But yeah, all's basically good. I'm looking to do some coding. Actually, I have not. No, it does say plugin coding. We're good. I was going to see whether the plugin coding thumbnail was on the stream. I assume it probably is. But yeah, I have been running audio through Airwindows Meter all morning because I'm still trying to measure the probably going to be close to 2,000 songs by the time I'm done with it. I've been capturing songs to my computer, and that has included some new stuff, which has been pretty fun. In particular, the other day I was recording records that I had bought, and I got to record AC/DC's High Voltage, which I have never owned before. And that was quite fun. It's a very characteristic kind of sound. AC/DC always just made one sound, and that was the sound that they considered to be what music was meant to sound like. Ooh, well, dust and eczema. Oh dear. Well, hang in there. I'm trying to think of anything else notable. Probably needn't worry about it. We will do what we can. So yeah, I have that most recent update for Meter. Thankfully, the renaming of all of this stuff is good. It really was quite a big deal. Actually, I can share some of this. Firstly, here's a little glimpse of something I'm going to be coding on the retro machine, although it's currently sitting there in a Chromium window on the streaming machine. Shuffling windows around. You can see over here, I've never been able to cover this up properly because I can't shrink OBS down anymore. That's the size that it is willing to be. It's not willing to shrink any smaller. So this is a cute thing that I did literally just this morning. I finished up measuring some of these guys with the new meter. Again, this is with the version of Meter that does the hit record score based only on tone color. And it's keeping a running tally of how much time it is spent at perfect white balance versus how much time it's spent doing anything else. I made a cup of coffee for myself for the stream, but I don't intend to guzzle it down. It's kind of hot by now anyway. Notice some interesting things. Skrillex doesn't come off very well, but that's understandable because it's so gratuitously loud that it ran out of, like, people aren't really listening to this album anymore. But funny thing, how that Ricky Martin album that is known to be a genre-defining Loud Nation record, last time I ran measurement on it with the current meter, it thinks that is about as good as it gets because it is able to interpret clips as peaks. And as such, it's interpreting all the clips. And Charles Dye managed to get everything else balanced so well that Ricky Martin song comes across as like biggest of big hits. And indeed, you notice something else interesting. Doesn't hold for the Ace of Base, but Well, it does a little bit. Of these ones, I've got 4 Nirvana tracks. No, 5. And the big hit Nirvana track was sorted to the top. It wouldn't necessarily have been that way. Like if I was sorting things using peaks first, it would have put in Bloom first. What I'm doing is sorting things using authority first, and with that sorting order, it is favoring a lot of stuff that is useful. Like, that did turn out to be the correct way of evaluating these things. I've been doing things, I've not finished with this. Look, I've got this many Desmouse tracks to finish, and only these ones have been evaluated so far. And we've only got 2448 as like a good score. There's bound to be some others in here. But I have to spend a bunch of time doing that. But I did go through this morning and do a bunch of King Gizzard. And a lot of King Gizzard is too loud to really work with meter very well. But it takes advantage of the fact that meter is now tracking clip lengths. And so when we do that, we see that the Infest the Rat's Nest era pulls a lot of weight in terms of Gizzard working with meter. That stuff fits very well. Funnily enough, one of the albums that is far too loudinated for my taste is actually performing pretty well here. Nonagon Infinity. Some of this stuff is off in Nonagon Infinity. And it's a neat album. It's just so damn loud that it's unlistenable to me. But interestingly, it measures up pretty well here. And then we've still got the endless number, like there's close to 1,400 now. And I still haven't added all of the ones that I've been capturing to record because that takes time, and then editing them down into individual songs takes time. I've added some Beatles. I've also bought another Beatles album. I bought an album that was off of the sort of the old Purple Capitol label that was like the earliest of Beatles, was the first couple of albums, and yet it looked fairly clean and like I'd be able to run it and it wouldn't be full of crackle and noise, and I could get a reasonable interpretation of it. By the way, this seems to be set up wrong. Let me dial that back a little bit. There we go. Chad. And I've got a lot of measuring to do of all these. Look at all the Beatles I've got. We're going to have the gray dots are the ones where I've already done a forbidden music on them. But we've got lots more, and I have 2 old sort of compilation records. One of them from the Beatles, one of them from the Rolling Stones. Not like collectible early release or whatever, but the super old stuff and probably fairly clean. So I'm going to be able to go through and evaluate those very earliest Beatles hits and also some very earliest Rolling Stones, practically before they were writing songs. And that should be illustrative as far as what makes a sound like that, like take over the world and become a big deal. Because I believe I'm going to be able to see stuff there in meter, and it'll show me some useful things. I've also got much more recent records from the Rolling Stones. That Dodo Music record store that just opened up in Keene had some stuff that I desperately needed for the measurement. And so I'm going to be doing it. And thankfully, I get to write some of that stuff off on my taxes. And so therefore, maybe next year won't be quite as brutal as this year has been. This year has been like $300 a month in taxes. But the deal with the other Rolling Stones that I got was I got a copy of Sticky Fingers, and I got a copy of Some Girls that were extremely, extremely clean, meaning that I could do the shifting of bits, gain, Rolling Stones song that in my existing record of it, it skips. And I don't like that, but I was stuck with it. Well, not anymore. So I've recorded all of those to the computer, and I have to edit them down into individual songs. Each of these records is like between 5 and 10 individual songs that all have to be edited and topped and tailed. There's little fades in and out of them. And if there are obvious pops and clicks, I can edit those out manually, one at a time. So I don't like it when there's too many of them. And then once I've done that, I can run meter on it and measure what counts as good. And so all of these, there have been times that I've gone through all of this and done it again. This is a Blue Oyster Cult collection that also includes the one that Bruce Fairbairn did later. It didn't set the world on fire exactly. Here's a bunch of Bowie. I'm very excited about something that I've added to the Bowie. Notice that we've got a cat people putting out fire. And look at that, it's an even bigger hit. It's Modern Love. And I think I may have already measured that one, but I have Let's Dance. Because I got the David Bowie album Let's Dance, which I've never owned before. And that's the one where he worked with Nile Rodgers. And it's pretty awesome. It sounds very cool. And when I scroll down to where our measured examples live, see, we've got a bunch of Rolling Stones, but I'm going to have a lot more. Oh, look, there's the one that I can't say. And I've got a cleaner version of this. I've got a cleaner version of that, to the extent that it can be cleaner anyhow. A lot of this stuff, I get to replace this instance with a newer instance that will measure better and sound better because it won't be as crackly. And I have CD versions of these Steely Dan records. I'm not sure if I'm going to go and measure those independently. Might be worth doing. But we keep going until we get to where the actual hit record ratings show up. And so far, here's what we've got. In order of importance, according to meter: Beatles' Nowhere Man, Chic, My Forbidden Lover, Def Leppard, Photograph, Journey Separate Ways, Beatles Day Tripper, Lips Inc. Funky Town. You got One Thing Leads to Another by The Fix. You got The Police. The hottest song by The Police that this was able to find so far was Can't Stand Losing You, which is interesting. It's a strong song. There's an Aerosmith, Train Kept Her Rolling, highest scoring Aerosmith song. There's Bowie's Let's Dance. I'm so glad that I got that record. We got our first Van Halen track, Unchained. There's just a lot to look at here. There's a I think it's was that Mutt Lange or not? Dirty Deeds, anyhow. Another Police, it likes early Police. There's an AC/DC, there's a rather crackly Aerosmith track. Jackson 5, I Want You Back, is right up at the top of the list now. Van Halen, Running with the Devil, an early big hit by them. You'll also notice that it is mechanical. Well, this is somewhat deceptive, though, because it's mechanically finding lots of top 10 hits. I'm measuring those first, so you can't go by that. But I do notice I am measuring those first, and I'm also measuring some of the top 100 and so on, and we're seeing more in the way of the top 10 than the top 100. We continue going, and that's the end of the A ratings, and here is the B ratings. Bruce Springsteen, Another Police, Sting, Donald Fagen, more Chic, more Wham, more Eagles. And yeah, it all basically makes sense to me. I still need to throw all of the non-hits at this. Let me count how many of these I've done so far. because it does go all the way to F, G, and J for the ones that were hit records, but I've got about 195 of them measured out of 1,397 and counting. And that's because I've been doing the CDs. I've been busy doing the CDs. I'm doing those first. Hey, Johnny Muscles. Well, that seems weird. 80 clip 9A. Try clip only instead. The point of something like 80 clip 9, any of those ones that were 80 clips with all of the features and stuff, was that you're meant to be driving it. So it's been this elaborate process of doing more and more complicated things with it in people's desires to have ultimate clip overload and stuff. What I use is clip only. I use the most recent clip only. Anywho, that's enough for that. We're going to scooch over to the programming one because I've got some work to do. And I will do my level best to do my work for today. By the end of this week, I need to have a new plugin to post. I've got 3 sort of stacked up waiting to go. I've got Punchy Guitar. I've got Punchy Deluxe. Both of those have been updated with the sign function included in longhand. Although I might be doing a double precision rather than a long double precision calculation for them. Because they're like guitar amps, so they're running many instances of the code that has. And I need to bring the new clip addressing code, or not clip it, well, kind of clip addressing code. The alias suppressing. Oh, you see that is on my work list. I must also do that in time. I've got some testing that I could do with a real physical cassette deck because I went and bought a real physical cassette deck and it has been sitting unused for at least a year while I build other plugins. So that's kind of waiting on me doing the yeah, I mean, the peak content is very interesting. One of the things that I'm going to be working on today involves code to modify Spiral, my plugin Spiral, so that I can do more with it regarding making it act like tape-hack. None of my stuff includes the hiss at this time. It's possible that the cassette version would need to include hiss in order to be like appropriate. To tape doesn't have hiss built into it exactly. It has a floating point number denormalization fix that functions as a kind of hiss. I ran it as one of our stream posters, one of our stream viewers that shows up and didn't show up for a while and then started showing up again, complained about K-Rockstar recently because it made noise. And I had to tell him, yeah, it's actually designed to. Does the noise sound like air in a room? Because that was added. And hopefully that sits well with him because I don't have the opportunity to do anything else at this stage. I gained too much from that behavior to throw it away. Well, Sick Breeze, what you should do then is check out the most recent reverb or most recent two reverbs, K Cyber City and K Rockstar, are reverbs that should do something useful for you in that they have built-in sort of room tone ambient sound rather than fading to silence. Now, the sound that they make is actually very, very faint. You'd have to turn them way the heck up in the mix and then send audio into them very faintly in order to get any real significant, and also turn the regeneration up very high, in order to get a significant amount of like what you call room tone out of them. Or you can simply gain stage them up. You can use one as a special effect and do that. But it's designed to have that sort of room tone built into the reverb space at a level that's not going to disrupt people's lives most of the time. Almost nobody should have problems with their having a basic sort of ambient noise room tone. But that is what that is. And further ones will also have that, and in every case the room tone will be designed to work with whatever that particular room needs. Like different ones are going to have different sizes, and they're all going to have slightly different sounds and tones. And the purpose of the room, like for instance, if I had one that acts like Headley Grange, so that you could be like, hey, I'm Led Zeppelin 4, I'm in Headley Grange and we're recording a great album. I may very well have that one incorporate like ghosts and more in the way of unsettling sound in the deep background there. Just because do something interesting and special. But yeah, my new reverbs are going to be doing that. If you want to have the room tone by itself, you should probably run it separately. And the reason is because to get more of the room tone, you would have to turn the regeneration way up, at which point maybe it's not going to be that useful as a reverb because it'll hang on to the reverb for too long. But yeah, what you would need to do is crank the regeneration way up and use a dedicated instance of it, perhaps through shifting of bits gain, and run that into your mix as your room sound. Because if you use it normally, it's not going to be loud enough to be disruptive, and it's not going to be loud enough to actively use on purpose for that reason. The regeneration is what causes it to become obvious or not obvious, although there's always going to be a little hint of it in there, because that's how that behavior works. So let's play with some of our things. This could be, well, or not. This is what I'm going to be copying from to try to get the new version of Punchy Guitar and Punchy Deluxe to work. So that might be worth me paying some attention to. Also, in my copious free time, hey, look, you can't really see it very well, but on my knuckle I have a tiny, tiny scar because I got to do my instrument practicing today. And that feels nice. It's been a while. It's been too many days working on meter and all of that stuff around it and trying to get stuff done. But I finally got back to the instrument practicing. I practiced on drum pads, and I practiced on bass, and I practiced on guitar with one of the new picks that I got. So I'm pretty excited about that. There will come a day when I'm able to go into the studio and have time to actually put down another song using the techniques that I'm intending to use. And that alone is complicated because there's two paths that I can take. Like Stairway to Heaven, there's two paths that you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. There's two paths I can take. One of them is take songs that are like songs, right? It's like a pop song or maybe something that I wrote long, long ago. I've got a number of examples like that where it's like, oh yeah, this needs a rock band instrumentation, maybe a fairly simple one. I can start it out on bass. It's going to have vocals. I've been learning about vocals as well. And I don't know how much difference it's going to make, but it was somewhat encouraging to me to work on vocals and discover that the word that I'm trying to sing has an enormous effect on what note I can hit. So I wrote down the new reality for what notes I can hit. I'll even go and grab a guitar and briefly demonstrate this. So I wrote down falsetto G sharp, where E, yeah, C sharp. And the reason, oh, you can't even see me, can you? Let me, okay. Okay, so here I am. So now I can raise my voice a little bit, probably not all that much. Guitar isn't really in tune, but it's close enough. So falsetto G sharp. A falsetto note is a higher note without the full chest voice. And I can't really go any higher than that, and it probably even matters. The other thing I was learning probably matters as well, but I did an ah, so ah, ah. And I can't consistently hit the A. But I can pretty consistently on a falsetto hit the high G sharp. So in theory, I can do that. Now my question is, yeah, okay, in a falsetto I can hit an E. There's a big difference, however, for the chest voice. So I said C sharp for yeah. Yeah! So rock voice, and I'm belting into the hallway so that it doesn't blow up the microphone too bad. It's a C sharp. Yeah! But there's a reason it's that low. Listen to what happens when I go up 3 semitones, E. But instead of going yeah, I pick where, which is also the yeah. Where? But if I tried to do yeah on that note, I would fail. And the reason is because I can't sing the chest voice E. My throat won't do it. Yeah. See, it's like freaking out. Well, you can hit that note. Yeah. But if you had to do the E noise, I have to go down quite a bit. Yeah. Well. And that's just the way a voice works. The vowel that you pick matters hugely. And I never had that until a couple of days ago when I wrote it down, figuring out how this stuff goes. Because it is like a real confidence ruiner to write stuff and not be able to sing it. So that's part of what I have to do in terms of like picking up a guitar and bass and drums and things like that and figuring out how to make that work. And since I never had vocal lessons or anything like that, I just have a voice like a chainsaw if I wish, I have to figure out for myself what can be done and what cannot. And it turned out to be very useful to figure out like, oh, hey, look at that. You'd think that singing yeah is easy, but it turns out that the E, like I figured this out for the purpose of trying to do another project. I have this other project where I'm trying to make a sort of rhyming dictionary, but not really a rhyming dictionary, that helps you put together lyrics based on how singable they are. In other words, can it do the sort of Robert Hunter or Max Martin style thing of musical math? Max Martin would call it music math, but what he really means by that is, I don't remember even what he called it. He has some kind of thing that he calls it. But he had a whole thing going on working with the boy bands, and starting with Ace of Base, where they intentionally wrote lyrics in such a way that they didn't necessarily make any sense but were very singable. And he was like, yeah, not being an English speaker, it gave me great freedom because I didn't have to care what any of the words meant. I was only interested in what they sounded like. Turns out, what that does, and also a extreme strength of Robert Hunter, the lyricist for the Grateful Dead. He was brilliant at being able to put words together. It's a country music thing as well. Country music with sort of a southern flavor tends to lean on the lazy vocalizing, where it's not putting you through a workout to sing the song. Instead, all the words just kind of fall together very naturally, maybe unimaginatively, but it doesn't have to be unimaginatively. It's the difference between like Robert Hunter lyrics and They Might Be Giants lyrics. For instance, I just said the word unimaginatively. Well, you can have unimaginatively in a They Might Be Giants song, and it's the most natural thing in the world because they are constantly doing the vocal workouts. They are constantly making up stuff to sing that is downright ridiculous and awkward as all hell, and just using their vocalizing abilities to make it work anyhow. But you don't get that with Bob Hunter. You don't get that with the Max Martin school of musical math. You don't get that with popular country music that has that real sort of twang to it. Instead, you have the words flowing together very naturally. So I made these little note cards. This one is basically all of the vowels and where they sit in the mouth on a card. And I just sort of researched that and looked it up. Like you got beat, bert, boot along the top of the mouth, bet, bat, and ball along the bottom of the throat. And then along the middle, it's bit, butt, book, or bait, bob. Everything starts with a B. It's just making a word that uses that particular thing. And my theory is you can bounce around among these, and if you count how many steps you have to go, that's going to map to how good of a musical math it is, how good of a singable vocal it is. And then a lot of stuff that's very popular and very singable and very successful as a lyric will follow these rules whether the people knew they were following them or not. And then a bunch of stuff that is much more challenging to sing and doesn't come out of the mouth very... Like one of the things that Jerry Garcia told Robert Hunter towards the end of Jerry's life was, "Your words never stuck in my throat." And it's a very sweet sentiment and also meaningful, because that said, like some of the stuff that he was singing on songs like Jack Straw, on Jack Straw, Jerry plays the villain. And Bob Weir plays the good guy who ends up having to kill the Jerry character and flee off into the sunset. So it's a pretty wild song. But all that said, the words didn't stick in Jerry's throat. And in doing this, I did another thing, which I interpreted the fact that you can look for things like I, ow, yeah, or ear. Those aren't vowels. Those are pairs of vowels, multiple vowels. So I includes E. U includes E. E, U. Ya includes E. E, A. This is why I can't sing the word ya or the word you or the word I above a certain note. I can't do a full belty voice on the vowel sound E because my voice won't go up My throat won't go to make that. It can do an ah or a eh, stuff like that. I'm not sure whether it can do an oo or not. Add a higher note, and then if I need to do that E vowel, I gotta pick a lower note to do it. So now I've got words, I've got a giant dictionary of words that I want to calculate out and figure out what belongs to them. And I've got a little extra check thing saying that if I see you or yeah or I or, to remember that those are multiple vowels, not just one. Because the vowel sounds are all on this chart. And if I don't see something on this chart, like I look through there and I go, well, but where's yeah? Where's the vowel sound yeah? And it's like, yeah, it is E, eh. That is 1, 2, 3, like 1, 2, 3 steps down along this measurement. So I wrote the number 3 because as easy as it seems to sing the word yeah, it's not as easy as singing the word like Bob or whatever, or bet, because the vocal workout of going that many steps from one place to another in the vocalization is actually harder than just singing a vowel in your mouth and throat that sits in one place. Instead, there is a muscular change happening to make that particular word happen. It's built out of vowels, but it's not a single vowel. It's a motion. If you don't believe that, try singing yeah, 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 yeah a whole bunch of times really fast, and it'll blur together because it's actually a muscle that needs working out. So the other thing that I can do with regard to making music again after I finish all this plugin stuff, which is never finished, but I'll get to a point of having enough working that I'll be good to go, is to abandon all of that rock style instrumentation and all of that singing and just make some other instrumental stuff like Welcome to Free Luna, which I have not measured in the new meter, by the way. There's a bunch of stuff that I haven't gone through and double checked with recent versions of it. I've checked 200 songs off of vinyl records and probably almost as many off of CDs at this stage, but I haven't looked at anything I made. And one of the things that I did was that jamming with the Bastel Castles, making that weird little techno with this grunchy sounding little tiny synthesizers and their little built-in sequencers. And I quite enjoyed doing that. I did a little bit of that. It could be fun to do a little bit more of it. And yeah, because that is something that I actually did and put out. I was in a big rush. I was doing that before I was going to visit the lady in British Columbia. And so I just recorded a bunch of stuff in a big hurry and then rushed off to Canada. And then at some later point was editing them down, and then I got to put out an album, which I don't normally get to do. And it did pretty good. It did pretty good, and it didn't involve any singing. It didn't involve like writing songs and thinking that they were going to be any good. But, you know, people are still asking me about the song Discord Welcome Home. Going like, oh, does that exist somewhere? Well, kind of, it does. So yeah, there's many questions. I'm looking at many questions. Here's one. What shall we do with this? Firstly, what shall we do with this? Let's build it. It's possible that this will be the one for this coming weekend. Let's make another one to put on the desktop, and maybe we'll have this be the first one to come out. Let's maybe play with a keyboard sound rather than one of the songs for a change. Ooh, I've got that turned up very high. So this is a saturation. And I've got my latest aliasing control going on in here. So we can make it distort. We can make it distort a lot. And it's got control smoothing built in. And you've got that sort of characteristic color around the edges of the clips from the new code that I wrote, which is, I'm calling under the name BIP, because it's not elliptic blep. It was inspired by elliptic blep, but what it's doing is a thing having to do with derivatives and occupies much less space than doing it properly. So what we're looking at here is a failure to correctly anti-alias. So that exists. It's basically ready to go. What we're doing here is this code in here, and I'm wondering whether I can go and do anything more interesting with it. Specifically, I've had an idea for a way to possibly make it do what I want more effectively, and I'll tell you how that's going to work. Maybe I should open up the other plugin to demonstrate, because the other plugin has like density and stuff in it. The way Spiral works is by multiplying the signal coming in before you hit the sine stage, which is a reevaluated sine stage here. And you scale it back down, and then in the end you divide it back up in volume, because if everything is a smaller than 1 number, multiplying will cause the volume to go down, and then it will distort less. And then you divide by the same thing and the volume will go back up, but it will give more headroom if the level was low. If the level was high, it's less of a change and the headroom doesn't alter, and that's why we have a bit of an edge on that. I do wonder whether maybe I can whip out the other one. When I say other one, what I mean is derivative clip. Let's play with that. That might actually be also ready for me to drop. I'm not entirely sure it is ready. Looks like I have yeah, here's what I decided to do with it. I made it a 10 knob one so that it can go into Airwindows Consolidated, which is not my plugin, but exists. I've got a mode, I've got a soften, mult, and clip. So mult is how much of these things get included. Soften is how much these things add to a pre-averaging filter that's built into it. And I've got it set up to work as, and see we've got a 4-position mode switch. There's the averaging filter. If we have apply mult and soften set to 0, it'll be just the raw code. And we do spiral and then density, and then the pointy guitar one, and then straight up hard clipping. So let's give that one a build and see what we get. All of this has to get ported to VSD for me to be able to let anybody have it. That's a big pile of work. But you know, it is what it is. I will use the same audio clip and show you what this does. Because one thing about this particular Novation Summit noise is it's a little grungy, it's a little crunchy, but it's bassy enough that you really clearly hear the distortion part. So here's what this is going to look like. Also, I have overlooked something, which is I don't have a pregain for this one anymore. I don't have enough controls to have a pregain. Because this is the form that would let you do that Batman wave that Gruns was talking about. We don't have that today. What we do have is variations the slight crackliness you're hearing is from the actual wave, but we're going to have variations in amplitude here. Neither of these are clipping, but both spiral and density build in a gain change. Here's density, here's spiral. So you've got next to no gain boost on like the hard clip. On spiral, a bit of a gain boost, but not really. And then when we kick in density, all of a sudden, that's significantly louder. And there's a reason for that. The reason that kicking in density at a matched clip point increases volume is because it's making the body of the sound kind of bigger and fatter and heavier. And that is not the case with just a hard clip. So the reason spiral is not doing that is because spiral is gain staging stuff back down again to avoid a switch in derivative as it passes through 0. Like I'm feeding it into 0 at that point to get a clearer sound. So what we have here has this sort of an unreality to it. I'm trying to find a place where it's bassy. Actually, why am I bothering? Why don't I just open a sign? There we go. So I don't get to pre-boost into this, but this should show what I was talking about fairly well. There will be no clip here. The one in pointy guitar does actually cut it back a tiny bit. Then there's spiral. And then there's density, which is a lot fatter. So what I can do is, let's load this up. We no longer have the capacity for gain boosts in here, but that's fine. I will set that to default just to see what that becomes. Okay, very good. I can put a boost in before this if I would like. But what we're seeing now is what do these respective things do to the waveform at just that volume. And pointy guitar, we don't have a gain boost going into this, but all the same, that is throwing a harmonic. Spiral, looky there, we have two harmonics. And then density, we have two harmonics, but it is leaning on the first one more heavily. So in Spiral doing what it does, it has altered the way those harmonics work. I'd like to try another variation on Spiral and see whether I can kind of split the difference between the fatness of density and the clarity of Spiral. I don't know quite where that's going to sit regarding what harmonics show up and where. Also, I feel like I need, you know what? No, I can finish my coffee and then I can go and do a pit stop after I finished my coffee so that I can rinse it out and be good and done with that. I did not save that, so it's going to go back to what I had before. Also, if I choose to have 5 positions rather than only 4, that's still fairly straightforward. That would cause mode to be 0 to 0.2 to 0.4 to 0.6 to 0.8 to 1 is where those new positions would be. So let's see about putting a variation in here. First thing we're going to do is go into this statement. And then duplicate that case function. I'm also going to want to figure out a name for this. I feel pretty comfortable that I'm going to want this to be built into DerivaClip though. I'm assuming that I'm going to use the same derivative calculation for the new thing as I am with it in Punchy Guitar and Punchy Deluxe and Console X and Purist Console 4, etc., etc., etc. Because this is the tool that I used in order to arrive at that. Seems to adapt to every possible form of distortion. That said, and this is why this is doing what it do. I clamped it to 1, and then we're multiplying it. That's why it's louder. Which implies Spiral should also be getting a gain correction, shouldn't it? Who am I to discount that? We'll do it consistently. We'll do it that way for both of these. And I'm pretty sure what I'm about to do isn't going to change this part of the math. So we're good. Oops. No matter. We're good, we're good, we're good. We'll get there. I am forgetting, however, to put the semicolon on that. All right, and that just made this the same as the density. Also, I could do with figuring out what it is for pointy guitar, but it's fine. There. And here. Now that's the same thing, but we do get a tiny little volume boost. Well, it's still doing the same. Might look a little bit different in span. That'll be fine. The important thing is whether I can get through to the end. That is, of course, always the hope. Hope is that I'll be able to finish this stuff and figure out how it works and get through it. Do I have this built into the... I do not. I should have known that. I should have known that. That's not built into the because it's not in brackets. The ones that are built into the are in brackets because they are part of an array, which is the in question. So fine. Got that defined somewhere else. Alrighty. So now, I have an additional problem. It's not a bad problem. It's a little bit of a problem. I can't declare things inside a switch statement. I'm not really quite sure why that is a thing, but it appears to be a thing. I'll simply define a thing outside the switch statement. In fact, we'll define it here. We'll do these in order. To be consistent. And this is me trying to figure out what the new thing is going to be named even before I do it. Because you see, I've got stuff to work on. This is Herbie showing me what the code would be and a couple of variations on what the code could be for making one of these. So I guess I'll just do my level best at thinking up what the new thing would be called. Tell you what, you know what? This is a fine time for me to drink my last sip of coffee, go rinse out the coffee cup, take a little break. I'll come back with the name. And we're going to open up Stream Audio. And set this up, doing whatever I can with it, which might not be much. This is me being stuck and trying to figure out what I'm at. There it is. I'm going to load up one of these and we're going to run it in a meter so I get to see what it looks like later. And I'm going to be back, but in theory and reality might not match. In theory, this will play through to the stream, except for that I can't see whether it's playing through to the stream because it's covering up my meters and controls and things. It's always something, isn't it? Also, I would need to bump up the volume. So let's go about doing that. Ha. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. This is my Bastel Castle Jam in meter. I'll be back in a bit with the name for the new distortion algorithm. Very neat. Don't know what that sounds like. I don't have speakers for this right now. I will check it out later. But still, that seems to work fairly well. Imagine what I'll be able to do with it if I'm mixing into this meter and being able to adjust the things as needed. That seems like that would be good. Haven't done it yet, though. So enough with that. Going to be working from here or something like it. And I have come up with the name in question. I'm going to call the new one Weave, because spiral is like a pattern, but weaving is like making something out of threads. And also, I was talking about how singing the E syllable is more difficult, but your throat, your mouth has to go higher in order to form that vowel, making it more difficult. And the thing I'm trying to attempt is a more difficult version of what I was initially trying to do with spiral to modify density. And we're going to be trying to do a new variation on that. And there's a couple of, like what I was showing on the other screen here, was sine x times square root of x divided by square root of x. So if we know that we're not going to be 0, we can kind of go from here. I can keep the spiral keyword But then the idea with weave is that weave needs to be made into a different thing. Because the idea is I want to see what happens if, rather than simply being the absolute value, this is a square root function. Because here's the deal. Like, as these get adjusted, Spiral was taking the body of the distortion down to be very much unfattened. In other words, the curve steepens very quickly. Tape hack is a complicated series of messing with all of these variables to cause there to be a flat section nearer the center. Spiral is making a really broad flat section nearer the center. It's just gain scaling everything so that as you are close to 0, all of the distortion is just turned way the heck down. That's the difference between that. As you can see, those are the same calculations. Spiral is a variation on a sine calculation. In fact, the original Spiral was literally using a sine calculation inside it, but it's doing this pre and post scaling first. Hey Gashian, well, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. That's the reason I'm doing this kind of stuff. I'm talking my way through what in some cases might seem to be very dumb and simple calculations, specifically for the purpose of letting people see how I come to the kinds of stuff that I'm doing. This is an example. We're trying to do a new form of distortion that might end up being very helpful for me in things like the console RD for the holiday season coming up. Looking to see whether I can do something useful there. And I'll be curious to know whether it beats tape hack. I could be including tape hack in this, couldn't I? I absolutely could. I wonder whether I can go and find that and implement it. It'll make it a little harder to assign the like my VST will be able to show which thing is in use. The AU will not. But I could make a pop-up menu for the AU. I'm tempted to say one thing at a time, and that's the trouble, is I'm never able to do one thing at a time. So I could bring tape hack in here. Might even be a good idea. Tempted to bring it in instead of pointy guitar. Tempted to bring it in next to this new one. Let's do the new one first. We know that it's not going to be 0 because we're skipping everything if it's literally 0. We could also put another layer of if statement in there, but we're probably okay. I can also offset it a little bit. Thing is, though, like if input sample isn't 0 and absolute input sample doesn't make it 0 somehow, which probably won't. I don't think that can happen. Square root is never going to be making it smaller. Anything that is a 0 is going to be much larger, but not infinitely larger, by applying a square root. Square root is basically make this lower than 1 value bigger, depending upon how close it is to 1. I don't know. Okay, X6 breeze. I don't understand why you would be really, really shocked. I also wouldn't be using it on the mix bus, but that's fine. If you're using it on your mix bus with wet at 0.29, you've got a hell of a lot of reverb in there. Usually if I have reverb in a mix, I have it coming in on a channel. Just saying. That doesn't mean you have to, but I usually don't have that on a bus as an insert. Usually I have it as part of the mix. So my concern there is maybe you're applying too much reverb. It might be fine. Just bear in mind, if that's the first thing that you're doing, maybe it is because you're excited about what you're hearing from it, and so you're maximizing that. But if you're working on music and the music already existed, let art win and go with what the music wants to be. Maybe it's that. I don't know. But that's always the temptation when you're building a new thing. It's like, oh, here's the new thing that I'm trying. Wow, this is great. And so you use more of it than you should because it's the new toy. That is so often the case. It's always been the case for musicians. Anywho, we should be able to build this. Having built it, we should be able to use it. And now that we have that, we should be able to hear whether it's doing anything different on a simple sine wave. Just like this. This time I'm going to save. Okay. Oh, interesting. Isn't this supposed to be a hard clip? Don't understand that. Yes, I do. I know what happened. I just added an additional case statement to it and did not update this part. There we go. I was going to the maximum setting and expecting it to give me a clean sine wave, but all it was able to do was show me the distortion and pointy clip, and that's why I suddenly balked and went, whoa, hang on, because I was expecting to be able to go to literal hard clip and then see a clean output, and I did not get to see that. Let's try that again. Not a deal breaker, just something that happened which I needed to know why it did. Effect stacks, there we go. The riffle quad is 4 of these stacked on top of each other. Okay. That is hard clipping. We're not at the clipping point, so we see nothing. Actually, for fun, you know what? Let's modify that a bit. Here's something else that needs to come out. It's purest gain too, except for I'm not sure it is because I need to do a thing with the dither on this one, which I may already have done, but I was also going to add smooth to it. In any case, that's in the wrong place. That needs to be in front of all of these. And using this, I get to add some gain to it. when I do that, we're going to see it clip. That's a hard clip. A hard clip means there's that little edge that goes to it. And what the work I was doing meant was that I was going to guess it wasn't this. I bet I know what it was. See the very edge of that move? This is the kind of thing I was doing. And then I had small amounts of each of these in play. And I had a recipe which was technically here. This is in a different code. Actually, that's not even. That is so far beyond what I'm working on, or so far behind what I'm working on, that it is useless. Goodbye. Screenshot, you're no use to me. Here's where we're at. And what I can do is like leave some of this blank. I have a aliasing reduction technique. That's like mostly using this derivative. And I kind of calculated it out and found the spot where it was making that edge curl down. And that's what I'm using for everything. So when we have the hard clip, we go into the clipping like that. See how that edge is curled down? That is what I'm doing with the new aliasing management system. So now we can start doing other things like this is the one in pointy guitar. Seems to be very rigorously sticking to just another harmonic, but it's not going to do that forever because we can make it go more saturated. The one in pointy guitar gives you the first odd harmonic really, really loud before it gives you anything else. Then there is spiral. Actually, and there's density. So what density does is we're adding each of these in turn. And we have the same sort of roll off at the very end there. But we're kind of adding harmonics one at a time until we hit the point where we are going into flat topping. And that's more or less what that looks like. So that's density. Here's density compared with spiral. Not as much of that first harmonic. And then here's the new thing, assuming it doesn't crash. I bet it doesn't crash. It's probably going to be fine. And isn't that interesting? We did a little change. And we have a harmonic that goes closer to what density was doing, which is this. It's like splitting the difference. But we've also got the series of higher harmonics being included there as well. That's interesting, and it's probably useful. I like the way that there's this evenness to it. So this is the new thing that I would like to build. So now the question becomes what happens, and it's going to click every time it wraps around, like it's about to do that now. There we go. What happens when we go into more saturation with this? It's turned off, so that's what. Here we go. What happens when we do more saturation? Well, first of all, we have these showing up kind of all together, but not as a giant stack. They're kind of coming in linearly. And then we hit the flat topping, and there they go. But there's this, it's snapping from one to the other, but we have this neat little stack before hitting the point where we're flat topping, and it transitions to this. Here's the new form of distortion. Compared with density. Sort of fat and beefy sounding, this one. It's because these harmonics are almost at the fundamentals volume level. It's turning into a flat top wave. So that's how that one rolls. Is that high harmonic, the first harmonic that we hit, is strongly in evidence. Spiral, different. Spiral kind of has just a few of them showing up, but the first one that shows up is not even really as loud. It is as loud, but it's being suppressed relative to the next ones, and almost immediately we see this linear stack as we finally hit the flat topping point where all of the higher harmonics show up. And then we've got them sort of shuffling and working in there. I'm very happy with span today for not giving me 2 frames a second. We also have a clearly comb filter effect going on. Sounds like a filter. That's actually not a good thing. It'd be better if it didn't have as much of that. And then the amplitude comes up like this, and it's those first two, and then we transition kind of abruptly into having all of the harmonics there. Compare with density. Here's density. Density, that first harmonic shows up immediately, and then all the other ones kind of sneak in. But that first harmonic goes real loud before anything else is happening. And there's definitely a bit of a filtery quality to it. And so our new hotness be in this one here. I'm hearing a distinction that's interesting to me. It suggests that maybe this is a good place for me to be for this one. Notice how we have that very obvious third harmonic. A big fatness tone going on. And we can hear the faint filtery quality. And spiral is a leaner, doesn't have as much of that. Sort of a ooh sound to it at this frequency anyhow. Now if we go to the new one, we hear a lot of that fundamental tone. But the sort of ooh sound that it produces from those additional harmonics, it's kind of ramping up, but it is not shifting or sweeping. Instead, there's another higher harmonic that shows up and sounds like a filter sweep. But it's kind of more subtle. And then we can go pretty aggressive if we want. No difference between these. Difference there. So at this level of gain, that's kind of an obvious filtery sounding thing. That's an obvious artifact, but the one in spiral is a slightly different pitch and more obvious still. Where it's a little bit lesser here. See, the derivative thing is still working. It is still functioning. You can add or subtract lots of derivative from this to the extent that you care. Maybe you don't. I maybe don't need to use snap. I dialed it in to make it work, but it's possible I don't need to use snap. Has me wondering. So if we are at a distortion quality, which this is hard clipping, we can hear it kind of grinding a little bit. This is what you get off of pointy guitar. It's fairly obvious. If you go from hard clipping directly to density, it's clearly softer. That's because density is a soft clip. If you go from hard clipping to spiral, it's another form of soft clip. But if we go from spiral to weave, which is what I'm calling the new one, we've got sort of a little bit of a rearrangement of the harmonics. So, next obvious thing to do would be to close that and open something that I get to actually play. Here is that synth again. Okay, density. Hard clipping. No good. Spiral. So now I'm going to change from spiral to weave when it starts again. Yeah, that works. That works. So what I was looking at over here was code to do it differently, which in theory would work. I can trade off a little bit of accuracy by doing it this way. I don't know why that would work, though, but it's worth a shot. Let's see what it does. So now we've got a functioning version of spiral, functioning version of weave. That's probably going to be useful to me going forwards. But this becomes the new question. So the reason I was doing this in the first place was I wanted to go for a spiral that gave you more of that dead zone closer to zero, much like TPAC does, which is also why I should bring a version of TPAC into this as well, so I can compare them to each other. That is something I should do. But there's an alternate form of spiral that I can try to see what it does. And so that's something I'm going to need to try. And here's how I can go about doing that. We can simply do it instead of spiral. Same volume. God, excuse me. No reason I should be yawning after 3 cups of coffee. It's because I keep working so long through the day, I think it is. So here, and you weren't seeing that, but now you will. So that's me commenting out the part that is spiral. Spiral itself is using a sign calculation, longhand. But this is now a thing that I can do that doesn't actually have sign in it at all. Namely, I'm copying from my other screen now. We're going to see whether this works, what it does. God, excuse me. Excuse me so very much. Damn if I know why that should work. That's what Herbie told me was going to be the same thing as the other one. One thing about it, that has way less calculations in it. If this craziness works, then that will be an interesting result. Because it's taking advantage of the fact that there's square, like let's look back over here. So this is a thing called Herbie that calculates out math for you in order to make it be more accurate. So initial program is 71.6% accurate. And this is essentially what I did, except for that square roots are not necessarily very accurate to express. I think this is okay, so this made it more accurate by completely ignoring the square root below a certain point. That's funny, but that means that there's a sharp discontinuity at 7 of these. So that's a problem. But that's a way of making it more accurate. The square root function gets funky as you get too close to 0. And that's one way of avoiding it, is just put in a hard discontinuity at a certain point. This, on the other hand, is supposed to be doing the same thing, but it's a frequency, is a floating point multiply add. And this is supposed to be doing stuff that is the same as a sine function. I don't really quite understand how that would be. And yet, it says that's what this is. This Herbie figures out new arrangements for things based on making this is what we were seeing before, in some other form. So it's effectively like it can do this, where this is 99.9% accurate. That's the same thing that I saw below. But we've got a cosine square root divided by a square root thing going on here that didn't involve multiplying by a square root, by the way. Well, technically it does, doesn't it? But there's a cosine in there rather than a sine. And that's because we're adding this. So that is causing... So this is the multiply part. I already knew I was doing that, but then we're adding this and then doing the cosine function, and that's another way of making it be more accurate, apparently. You have to understand. Or we can do this. It's sine negative 2 times pi minus that, adding double m pi. So that's yet another way of making it be more accurate. Not technically as accurate as this one, though. And then here is our initial one with a straight up discontinuity at this point. If I wanted to implement that, I could simply have it only do it if input sample was larger than 5e minus 7. That would work too. It would be a rather sharp discontinuity, I think. But I'm already doing a test to see whether the value is 0, because we can't apply it if it's 0. But then we get to do this, whatever the heck this is, and that's what I've just coded into here. FMA 3 parens input sample times input sample, but I have to make this say input sample rather than x. That's doable, right? We can do that. And it'll calculate all this stuff out and then apply it. Should be able to build this. Now we see if that's any different, because the neat thing about a floating point multiply add operation as a single chunk is that that's more high resolution than doing a separate multiply and then an add, because you're not quantizing it to the floating point. You're applying both of those things within the calculation process. Seems to build. Let us now go and see what this did. Because it's also talking about speed ups. This could be kind of a humongous speed up, not using either square root or sine and instead doing this. If this does the same thing, we're onto something. It's a matter really of, did you want to do this exact calculation? And I would. This is the calculation I wanted to do. I am happy with what it does. So if we can accomplish it with this very simple single operation, which also is involving a couple of power functions done up longhand. Okay, need to add my gain control. See what we got. Need to add my gain control in the right place. There you go. There. Hard clipping. Pointy guitar. Density, which is sine. The new thing. That's not the same at all, is it? Not close. So Herbie said this was kind of similar to the other one. I'm going to say that's not really as similar as you'd want. But it's different, so how different is it? What's it doing? Here's the one that I did with square root functions and such. What's this other one doing? The other one is throwing two harmonics very exaggeratedly. Oh, hello. Okay, this is weird. This is very different from what I thought I was going to get. See where those are? These are even harmonics. This is odd harmonics. This is made out of even harmonics. Interesting. And about as different as you could ask for. Look at that. I'm honestly not sure why we're looking at that. Or why it thought it was going to be anything like correct. Because clearly that's not a replacement. But it's kind of interesting in its own right, isn't it? Oh, if we go hard enough, we wind up getting a square wave. You look at that. And as we go harder, we start getting odd harmonics. Up to that point, even harmonics show up. Okay, so there's something I usually do with this formula. When I have something like this happening, what I do is I take my sine and normalize it, and then I do a fade. And now it's going to slowly creep into the full distortion. So at this stage, what I can do is leave it set to that. And apply it. And see what my waveform did. Okay. This thing that I just made is purely an even harmonic generator. That could have its uses. And then the harder we go, we start getting into those flat tops. We are also seeing hard clipping on the other side. So that is not what we'd really want. Interesting. Let's undo that. There we go. Now I can see the scroll bar thing. So now if I set this to the new one, that's going to give me a smoother saturation. So the new form goes into this shape. Goes into a bit of a, I could probably see whether I need to dial in a new clamping value. But that's what a sine does when it hits, or that's what spiral does when it hits its point of no return. I dialed it in just right so that it would hit the exact right point. So what I'm looking to do is have it flatten that center point. Maybe it's doing it. One way I can test that assumption. Let's see what we do with really hilarious overgain. Alrighty. There's our squish. Here we are at basically full crank. I feel like this is doing a thing similar to what I wanted to see out of tape hack. Have not yet brought tape hack into this, by the way. In other words, back here. Tape hack was meant to flatten out the middle of the waveform so that we didn't have the fastest change between samples right at the middle. We're looking at a sine going into this, so in theory there should be more space between samples at the center. But it's successfully not doing that. That's what I hoped was going to happen. I would say I have reason to be satisfied with that. I'm also a little bit curious as to what this other one's doing. We might need to implement that as an update on the update to Purest Warm. I like the fact that it is nothing but a single operation. Purest Warm, A, it's not a single operation, and B, it's still a transcendental function. I gotta say though, I am satisfied with where this has got. The holy grail for making this stuff work is to make the saturation function in such a way that as you continue to distort the sine, it continues to work in such a way, we can see this a little bit here, that those dots are equally spaced. That's not what a sine wave would naturally do, but that's about as close as I can get to what it should be doing. Doing that in a sine is probably, well, I'm not sure how true that is probably going to make it so that the center dots are farther apart. Is that true though? Surely not. I think I'm putting too much credit where it is not due. See, when we have a sine wave, lots of dots between these points, and this point at the center is where the velocity is highest, and then it's going to continue to slow as it approaches the extremes. As we go harder, it's probably still doing about the same. But I'm looking to artificially slow the points at the center here. Don't know whether it's quite doing it. I just know that's what I want. It goes steeper. So the deal with tape-hack is tape-hack is meant to make the spacing of these dots so they're closer spaced at the center. And it does some rather arbitrary choices to make that happen, to a degree to which I'm not sure it's actually working. Or that's going strong. It's working, like it's working, but it makes me wonder whether it could do better. And probably what I should do is be able to refer to it in DerivaClip. And I should probably also add a selection so that we can know exactly what we're getting. Mode is all very well and good, but mode is not what I'm going to want to keep. Still, as long as we're messing around with things, long as I'm kind of stalling out and wondering what to do next and so on and so forth, we should at least play something over it that's music-like, but maybe not quite that loud. Here's Distorting Alien Kittens. Here's Density. It's too bloated and fab. Here's Weave. And then here's the weird new thing. I think I'm looking at a new purist worm. would happen if I wasn't clipping that. I wonder what would happen if I wasn't clipping that. So let's not have that be -0. Let's save this stack, including the gain that we need to use. And I'm going to step away from the screen again. I am thinking and I'm being distracted by things. So I'm going to give myself a minute. We're going to do the same thing I did before. And I'm going to let myself think, seeing as I have all these new things that need to be built, which I'm going to do my best to do. But for now, enjoy a little nasty techno while I go and eat a couple of peanuts and use the restroom and clear my head. Alrighty. Yep. At some point I'm going to have to check out what that actually sounded like. Because I got to say that particular one performs pretty well in meter, doesn't it? Makes you think I should go and do this again, but this time be able to look at what I'm doing using meter. Mind you, this is where we were at. So I've had a thought. It is as follows. This is clearly the same thing as the other one, but I need to flip it for inverse polarities. I'm not quite sure which polarity it cares about, but we'll figure it out. We also do not know how this behaves, do we? It's time to see how this acts. I'm curious as to how I can sort this out in such a way that it'll give me an accurate number. Probably not worth worrying about just yet. So let's do a couple of quick experiments while we're at it. Boop. Back to the sine. Do a little fade in. Did I remember to copy it over? Yes, I did. But we needn't worry about that because we just want to see what it'll do. So this is 0 saturation. It's being a pain in the butt and not showing me all of the waveform. Thank you. Please give me a half of a break, will you? Struggling and fighting with this thing. So when I said I needed to make this be, I needed to flip it, what I meant was it has to flip polarity. However, it's possible that, let's normalize that. that this one can be used as is. See, it's still a rounded edge. So we're going to see at what point does it freak out. So firstly, undo the normalize, undo that. Now we add some gain. Exactly 2x gain, in fact. And then we run it again. And now it's going to do something much more aggressive. If I normalize this, we should get a horrifying result. So what we see here is it's acting like a sine thing, kind of, sort of. Just scroll it differently. There we go. So we normalized it. Now it's showing us what it can actually produce. And we're flat topping this wave, and then we are wrapping it in the way that a sine would do. Maybe if we kept going, it would keep doing that. There's one way to find out. But you notice the funny shape on this one? That's because this isn't actually a sine calculation, not even slightly. We're just running arbitrary volume levels into something that isn't actually a sine at all. And I'm interested in where these corners and shapes are showing up. Because this bottom bit seems to be hanging onto this corner here. We've got an edge here which is not where it belongs, and this is wrapping around to negative again. I don't know if it's ever going to wrap around to swing back up. A sine would turn this into a series of oscillations. This isn't a sine. This is a much simpler calculation. And that's what it's doing with what is actually just a massive distortion. It's not actually successfully clipping this part, but it might not be arbitrarily amplifying it either. And it does mean that this could work as your second harmonic generator. It's just a second harmonic generator that cannot clip its maximum negative swing, or positive swing if it was inverted. And that's the normalization. And there we go. So now if we distort it like mad, plus 40 dB, and then run it again, we'll get a really crazy result. Let's see what this crazy result looks like. Well, among other things, it looks like just a spike. So without normalizing it, we go up to this point. The part that's clipping negatively is going to just clip negatively. The part that's clipping positively is wrapping, much like a sine would do. But it's not continuing to act sine-like, is it? Instead, it's just making dual spikes, and they're growing sharper and sharper as they go. So this is the kind of way that I could find the flat top point where, see, it turns around and goes, and then it keeps going negative and continues infinitely. That's not a sine algorithm anymore. But the point where that turns flat is a point that I can probably find. And that'll give me a number that I can use. Meanwhile, we can see what the rest of it does. as expected. What the rest of it has done is just push it farther and farther into the negative. That's the negative swing of the sine. And it's keeping pretty consistent, but it's just continuing to go, isn't it? So here's the interesting part. I don't see those dual spikes anymore. See here where we have dual spikes here? And it turns back into the shape of the wave. But when we normalize, it acted as if this stuff went away. I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to see when I do a simple change here. Let's take it down by 6 dB. Actually, no, we're going to have to go harder. Notice something? These are doing a funny angle thing. And then it gets narrower as it goes. I'm going to continue doing this to see at what point. Oh, hang on. There's a shortcut. F. Okay. Well, all that did was open that again. Fine. F and return. Okay, I think I was misunderstanding how this worked. All I've done is scale the whole thing back. I was expecting that I was going to see those points show up on this, but no. You know what we're going to do? We're going to close this and not save the changes, because that's a lot of changes. And then maybe start fooling with the difference between this and purest warm. Let's see where we're at. Let's look at the most recent version. Most recent version has biquad filters built in. We're not going to keep that. Looks like this has just separate clip values, but there's a problem. It is not. There's a sharp discontinuity between those two modes. That's no bueno. Looks like we better do a purest warm 3 with this new thing. That's all fine and good, but it's no bueno. Now, this will pose some challenges. It'll be possible to use this to essentially distort things. It will make the opposite extreme of the part that's being saturated amplify up unreasonably. But I'm thinking this ought to be worth something. And let's open up the previous one long enough to check what its version number was. So this is going to be Puwo, because we increment this by one letter each time when it's not large numbers of stuff that have to have numbers built in. See, it was purest warm is Pu-M, N-O. And then we can basically ditch literally everything else because it's going to be a one-knobber. The way this is going to work is it's going to center at 0.5, and as you push it to either extreme, it'll second harmonic the crap out of everything, which may involve hyping up the output values, but it's all good. We're going to see what we can make happen. One thing about it ain't going to be much purer than a multiply-add operation. Going to be up to you to learn how to use it. That is what this new calculation is clearly for. Now, whether this replaces the other one is a whole other question. Remembering, the way this is made to work, it's like a combination between density and spiral, halfway between density and spiral, in a way that normally would involve not only a sine function, but also a square root. And yet we're able to relatively closely duplicate it using this. It's just that it's not properly bipolar. Instead, what we're getting is only odd harmonics. But I feel like there is some use to getting this going. It'll be useful for basses and things. It might be useful for kick drums. There might be all kinds of uses for it. Might be useful for Neve simulations, because Neve simulations are a little bit about having those even harmonics showing up. We shall see. And we shouldn't need any saved values of any kind. Wouldn't it be, maybe I'll get this and this gets to be next weekend's. Wouldn't that be interesting? All this enormous amount of work ahead of me, and the first thing that happens is one little plugin pops out that has a little magic all its own. And it's dead simple. That'd be kind of cool. I'd like that. Let's see. Mind you, I can still incorporate some of my stuff with it. If it lets me. Probably will. The mouse is fighting me slightly, but only slightly. Boop. There we have that. And now what we do is go back into here, which is going to be removed later. So this becomes spiral again, but we're stealing this out of it. And we don't need that ever again. Don't need these. Don't need this. Very little of this one, really. It's a wave shaper, so we don't need overall scale. And we can do that. Here's the thing. It becomes this. This stays exactly the way it is, but we're going to invert it under some circumstances. So that stays the way it is, but we're going to have a little if statement here. And maybe we'll duplicate that. We'll just duplicate it in a rather special way. Oops. Meant to do the opposite thing. Therefore, if it is equal to 0, we don't do a damn thing. It's dry. But if it is not equal to 0, in fact, we can make it more aggressive. So we're making it center around a position of 0 when it's at 0.5 there. So we get to add or subtract the second harmonics. We get to make it asymmetrical either way we want. We've got one each of these. And we're gonna use the fact that it's able to be negative. That should work. So let's assume it's positive. It's larger than 0. We know it's not 0, so we can divide 2. And then if it's negative, well, gosh. That should work either way, shouldn't it? If we're multiplying by a negative number, well, that's flipping the phase, isn't it? And we're not rectifying it. We're just inverting it. And then dividing by a negative should also invert it. Okay. So we don't actually have to care. This just got even simpler. There, isn't that cute? because we are using a square root function as part of this, we get to do it as one operation, bracketed by a gain staging. So this is very similar to what I'm doing in other places. In particular, it's very similar to the way that I'm doing the power function in the first place. I'm very gratified by how relentlessly simple this is. Let's see if it actually works. Also, there is still incorporating that aliasing management thing that I came up with. That'll make it be a little less simple. And remembering it doesn't build the first time. It has to build its libraries first because this is the retro machine. I just happen to know that it always does that. This time, it's fine. Okay, all y'all move out of the way. There we go. Here's our new hotness. Should be easy to make as a VST. There's very little to it. Also, I get to incorporate the new thing to it, but it's a very soft clip, so it shouldn't really mind that much. Oh, I just opened it again. Well, we can establish that it builds again. This is what I meant to do. Now we get to see how it acts. Boop. Here's our default. Nothing happens, but now something should. Ooh, okay, hello. It did, actually. Alrighty, so maybe I don't have enough gain in this to do anything exaggerated. It's definitely doing its purest warm thing. Play. Yeah, you can kind of hear it doing something. It's going to have to be louder in order for that to be obvious. This will make it much more obvious, arguably too obvious. It might be a complete disaster. Let's find out. Apply. Do we have a pathologically awful case? Kinda. Normalize it back down. We've just added an enormous volume spike to the output of it. But the rest of it's acting fairly normal, isn't it? Now I'm assuming we can make it mellower. Yeah. And what that sounds like is there's going to be some hard clipping and there's going to be the asymmetry. Because both of the extremes are at literal full crank. So clearly the next thing to do, and not save that, is to see what we get out of that on a track that has bass and is doing something. And I could do an effect stack simply to pad the output down again. Let's try. Here's a new purest warm. Then we pad the output by 6 dB. So watch what that peak measurement does. So that's just going to do an asymmetry thing. Also, we appear to have not a giant extra peak when we are at about 0.25 or 0.75. Interesting. So let's have a quick gander at what this made happen. Oh, here's where we gain stage. It's doing the raw output, and then it's going to apply purest gain 2 over the whole entire thing. It's really kind of taken a while though. And now we've gain staged. So what we've basically done with that, turning it up that high, has just obliterated the top of the waveform. It's all second harmonic, which is why it's peaking out so hard in every other way. So our bass waveforms now look like this. And then it's exaggerated it off in the other direction again. Here's what they're normally supposed to look like. So what we could do is just fool with it enough until it starts freaking out. Okay, we're able to get clips pretty quickly there. That's pretty much exactly at the point of clipping. So now when we apply this, we're going to see that it's stepping on the positive swinging peaks quite hard. In theory. Perhaps not as much as they thought. I wonder whether that's what it's going to do. I guess we'll find out. Anything that it's taking from one side, it should be adding to the other. Okay, so maybe that counts as reshaping. Yeah, look at what we've got here. I think it's packing more energy over to this positive swing and sucking it out of the negative swing, or making the negative swing just a lot more pointy. So if we were to take it considerably farther, and then just go through and apply it again, we'll see that the negative is going into harsh clipping, and the positive is not flattening out as much as I'd thought, but it is doing it a little bit. Not sure what this wanted to be. Yeah, see, there's a negative spike there. In fact, we can normalize that, and then we'll be able to see it a little more clearly. We've exaggerated the asymmetry of everything. So the negative swing is much harder, and then the positive swing is more saturated. And that's what this one does. And it's pretty much kind of offset everything off at this direction a little bit. Although, stuff that's centered is still acting kind of centered, so there's that. And then lastly, we undo all of that stuff, go back to our sine wave, we didn't apply enough. Try again. Still didn't apply enough. Look at that. More. So it's honestly pretty damn smooth, all considered. Let's push it even harder. Boop. And we're starting to see some real asymmetry here. This is what this one does. This is producing entirely here. Recent effects, span. We can do this. Even harmonics. Even harmonics in the opposite direction. That's all this does, but it does it very nicely. It'll do it a lot more aggressively if we have it closer to clipping, but this is all we got. And it's scaling the entire thing before imposing the harmonics, and that's why you get to dial it in so subtly. It's fascinating to me that you get exactly 2. I didn't expect that part. I know that with the original Purist Worm, you get to have 1 on either side. Actually, I can test that assumption. Okay. Well, that ain't right. Okay, don't love that. We're going to replace this one and not continue whatever it is that's causing that. It's like I didn't even run it into span at all. But you can see the gist of what the harmonics do. I'm I'm just very dissatisfied. Whatever is going on here is a world of yuck. Let's delete that. I encourage you not to use that one. I do my best, and that must have been a long time ago. This is probably going to behave better. Oh. Well, I need to move it here first. This is more your sign-based saturation. So we're seeing a not particularly loud drive. And we can ramp into it, causing it to distort harder. Or at least we could if we had this on. Hang on. Here we go. So we can go into this harder. And it's a one-sided sine distortion. By contrast, this ain't even a sine anymore. So technically, we're distorting the outputs here, but at no point do we ever generate a higher harmonic, unlike this one. All you got to do is attenuate, but this behavior stays exactly the same. I will, however, note it does appear to be shifting the average DC. That's what you would get if you were clipping one of the sides into saturation and expanding the other side. This is repositioning the level of amplitude on either side. So that's not actually a mistake. It's just something to be wary of, that you can shift the weight of things. In theory, this could be a fixer of low frequencies in the wrong place, or a way of chasing that in order to cut DC. And that is a whole other question. Like, you can use it to be generating a second harmonic through chasing what the predominance of low frequency weight was and essentially correcting it. So that's interesting. But yeah, this is probably what I need to do for this coming weekend, and I'll tell you why. It's because I had Purest Warm, and Purest Warm is an asymmetrical sign. It is a sign that's going only to one side or the other. I've got single-ended triode to do something fairly similar. Purest Warm 2 is a damn train wreck. I don't know what the hell happened to it. And Purest Warm 3 returns to being really well behaved, but even more so. And I've never seen anything quite like that. And that's with substantial distortion, by the way. Without the substantial distortion, we remain very well behaved. And you might say, oh my God, look at all that DC showing up. But if we run it, we see that the wave is still basically centered, like silence will end up being centered. Actually, let's test that assumption. That's a big assumption. Let's now test that assumption. Is silence skewed over or not? Not. Yeah, so this is perfectly safe. Anytime you have silence, it'll remain centered on the 0 point. It's not pushing any DC unless it's rearranging base. And when it's rearranging base, here, let's do it on ModernTron. That's not clipping. It's rearranging base like this. I don't have enough gain on it. Okay, quick little remedy, quick little fix. We have to make it more sensitive. That's easily done. Times 8, so just don't turn it up beyond what it needs. I could give it a taper, I'm not sure if I should. There we go. Now I should be able to get a different behavior even on ModernTron, which is not normalized. It's going to be more intense for stuff that's normalized. Here's our loud parts. So here's the sound of lots of second harmonic and fourth harmonic. Let's loop that. So flat sounds like this. Here's one side of it exaggerated. Here's the other side. Note that they are different volume levels. That's because this is asymmetrical. It's not going to act the same. It's going to care about which level is different. So there's one side of it second harmonicked. Another side second harmonicked. Honestly, I think that one sounds better. This could have its uses. Mind you, what I need to do is try it on something which has high frequencies, which will also be subject to the second harmonic treatment. I've got something with bass and also got some high frequencies. We can try it on this. Might have to pad it a little bit though. Okay, didn't like that much. Yeah, so I can make it more low, mid, thick in this direction. And I can clean it up in this direction. Okay. That implies that that base is asymmetrical, which it very likely is. Bases do tend to be asymmetrical. We could do a sort of honk on the base. Or make the base be rounder, leaving more space for other stuff. Cool. Yeah, so I think I know what we're doing next weekend. I think this is coming out next weekend. That said, I've got some things to do for literally all of these guys, and this is a fine place to start. Spiral has something for me here. Oh, I do also need to make the weave. We'll get that going now. Density, spiral, and then weave is kind of in the middle there. And will act very similar to spiral, so I might as well open up spiral and start copying stuff over to it. I believe the way I've got that set up is we have it as one of those high gain ones. High gain means that neutral is 0.1 exactly, and then you get to go way, way louder than that if you want. I'll copy these things straight over to weave and go from there. And that'll give me something else. And this will also be an okay test bed for me to dial some of this stuff in. So we'll hit save for that, and then we'll get back over to per swarm 3 if I can find it. Everything's open at once now. And this one gets only pip. We're not worrying with that stuff. It would be very hard to pick out anyhow. And then we close that. Yeah, this was good. We go back over to here because we have stuff up here. Scanned a little bit too far. There we go. Yeah, Purest Worm 3, I basically just took everything out from the get-go. So Wave continues to be like that, and is going to be basically exactly the same, except for with that one change. Purest Worm has only the one control, just like this. But this one we don't have Bezier X. We have only BIP. So weave is blank so far. So we're going to straight up just start it like this. That should function. We're going to do the double build again because this is one of our retro builds where it needs to build its libraries before it can function. Oh, isn't it Spiral 3 by now? Spiral 2 was already... Oh, I forgot to do a thing. This is the thing I forgot to do. There. Now I do need to make it be weave actually, because it isn't yet. But this is a start. That'll be a functioning plugin. But then we have Purest Warm here. We've initiated Beb. Oh, let go of that, please. Thank you. And then we can do this. Occurs to me that I can also do that. After all, if it's not functioning, well, then we don't have to do anything to it. That ought to do it, I think. Build succeeded. Let's give that a little run. So this is going to be kind of interesting because this is not really designed to operate on asymmetrical stuff, and yet it should still work. Driving it into hard clipping just to see what the new thing is doing. if we can do that, what if we try to do this? This has some overtones to it that in theory will trigger this new calculation that I've added to the asymmetrical part. Oh no, let's just hear you again. And that's very asymmetrical. We did some aggressive stuff with that. That's purest Worm 3 for you. Doesn't necessarily sound immediately obvious, but it can really go pretty hard, can't it? So the question becomes, do I like the tonality that produced? Yeah, seems cool. Weird how the even harmonics are difficult to pick out, but I think that's actually very important, because when you're looking at like some of your classic console emulations, things like your Neves, where a lot of it had to do with those transformers being biased in a particular direction, like there's a little voltage going through them, and they're producing even harmonic stuff, and always were back in the day. And people just seem to hear them as good. We shall see, but I believe that got that one to the point of being essentially ready to go. Here's Spiral. We've got that set the way it needs to be. So I think we're about ready. This one's about ready to go too. Check to see that it builds. It does. Don't need it open because we've copied everything over. Well, that's good. Now, where we left off was in the middle of fooling around with things in this one. So, Derivaclip. We've got all kinds of stuff going on in here. Don't understand GOU4G, but okay. here's the part that I need to remove because this turned into purest worm. Did not end up being a thing all by itself. This needs updating. Here's where our derivatives are. There's our smoothing and everything. That's might as well. Where is that other one? Where is that other one? There you are. So if you work the same as the other thing, then you become this. That produces a tiny little boost. And then I'm going to build you over again. So rather than clipping to a slightly elevated amount, which ends up being a pad under most circumstances, we're clipping to exactly 1 and then boosting to match it. But then we've got a little adjusting to do. I don't need to do that. Let's assume it's kind of like spiral. If it's kind of like spiral, I'm going to end up not turning it all the way up to 1. But it might not exactly be. And since we are not inside a switch statement, we can do this. Cool, cool. And that ought to cover it. Pretty sure that's what we're looking at. And then I get to update this once I figure out what the correct value is. So let's go and find out. And there can be versions of this that aren't long double throughout. We're just doing it like we do longhand. These are the sort of canonical essence of this stuff. So we close that. We built one of these. The output is now an adjustment. The output's an adjustment because we need it to be an adjustment. And I'm going to go and find out what the actual value for that should be. It's going to involve span and an effect stack and a sign. I think I have everything else working. Bear with me, I get tired when I work on all of this stuff. I think it's worthwhile. It's going to give me enough plugins for the rest of this month. But it does get aggressive at times. Okay, so unity gain. No, I don't want that. I want one of these. And here is Weave starting to bring its mojo. And we don't actually see any changes there yet. So now we see the literal noise floor of the plugin. Setting the point where it goes flat top. Meaning, in theory, if I have it set wrong, there will be a tiny discontinuity in there. And I can try to find a spot where it increases or decreases or something happens that changes it. Or maybe I need to distort harder. What did that wave become? It's pretty flat topped, but then it would be, because what I was doing is consistent with it being able to be that. I don't have any wraparound. Therefore, I need to go and build it again. Not save. Not derive clip, weave. So trim equals 1 plus O. To test this, what I need to do is let it wrap. I got to find that point of wrapping. This happens later. This is masking what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is see where it wraps around to curve back down again and nail that exact point. But without clamping it in that way is stopping it from showing me that. At least I think it is. But we can also go more aggressively with this. That'll build. Extra parentheses shouldn't do it any harm. Boop. Back we go into the breach. This time it will wrap around. And I can try to zero in on what I'm doing. A little better than before. I do have a concern, which is that input times 10 is my gain. So I got to kind of figure out what the wrapping point actually means. So let's start by having it literally wrap from full clipping. Let's see what we get out of that. Unity gain. And no extra boost. What do we got? Okay. So that's saturated and it dialed the gain down a little bit. It doesn't show it wrapping. If we add a bunch of more gain, that's totally showing it wrapping. So we do have this part worked out okay. This was my previous maximum. I'm not sure if that quite got to the point of saturating. I feel like that's not quite a flat top yet. How about you? Okay. That's looking like a flat top to me. What point do I get a dip back down into to 1? Perhaps not. 2, 2. I still don't see it curving back down again, but it will. Let's go harder, 2, 5. I feel like that may be trying to still not showing it very much. Half the reason I'm doing it this way is because it's a continuous process, so I shouldn't really get any sharp changes from what's happening. I can get a sharp change by going way too far, and that is clearly wrapping around again. So we're zeroing in on what the actual value is. 0.3? Yeah. So that is wrapping around and going back down. And I'm trying to find the point at which it is literally flat top throughout. Ah, look there, I see a little speck in the middle of that one, which shows that it is flat topping and then beginning to turn around and come back. That suggests that the actual position is halfway between that and that. That's the real flat top. That's the lowest point. Here's the next flat top. So logically, that means I gotta pull it back until I can't see that spot and then a little bit farther, and it'll be good. That's where I can't see the spot. That's a little bit farther. And that's 0.27. So I think we can do this with the gain and it'll show us something. Well, it showed it that it went hog wild. That is because we didn't clip going in. So word of the wise, don't do this. Whatever this was, it is a giant pile of, oh no. Oh no, look at that. It's gone batshit wild. Okay, so don't do that. If we don't distort as much, it won't clip. And if we distort only a little bit more, it's not clipped at that point. It's starting at 1. So logically, at exactly unity gain, we've got it set up so that it is flat topping and not going any further. If we push the gain or if we change the position of this control, we'll get the flat topping. And that is because we are not clipping. We've got it set up so that this gain going in, if it's at unity gain, which is 0.1, then the peaks are at exactly 1, much like if we were clipping them there. Oh, GeoU4, Junebug. Okay, I remember you. Yeah, Junebug, you caused great distress to me fairly often because I was very confused, but that's fine. And it's good to see you again. It's been a while. 0.27. And now we have to put this back. Okay. That actually gave us even more boost than we had before. Now we see what happens in derivative clip. Oh, I don't call it a problem. I wouldn't call that a problem. I just didn't recognize you at first. It's all good. So yeah, Spiral has a lower ceiling than Weave. Weave has actually got quite a higher ceiling than that. Interesting. Of course, this might be because Weave is using that square root and is actually moderating the way that it enters full clipping differently. So that's kind of neat. I can see how that's kind of neat. Let's build this. And yeah, Grens, the thing with DerivaClip is that you get to have Batman waves again. It will permit you. I had to cut down the controls even to the point where it doesn't have that overdrive control in it, but it does let you make Batman waves, so there's that. Let's build you as well. And that ought to do. Oh yeah, we got the bat wave on tap. Or at least if you set it up right, it will. Let's build that one more time. We've now got this back in shape. So we'll build it one more time while we're at it. And then we'll open all these guys up. Look, we can even move this. I'm going to finish up by accommodating console, all variations. I'm going to accommodate those two. There's our newest this. Here's our newest that. We might not be done with this though. Just saying. As much as I can put this aside and be like, look, I've got this. Might not be done with it for multiple reasons. One of them is each of the versions needs to show the algorithm that it's distorting with. That's kind of important. It's kind of an oversight if I don't. Secondly, I need to include the tape hack so that we can compare it. Because we need to compare it with Weave, because it's doing a similar thing to Weave. It's just that it's doing it in an earlier way, which I really hadn't thought through very well. And we still have yet to figure out whether or not you can use the code from Purist Worm 3 to do the same thing as Weave, but cleaner through the 0 point. Because remember, back over here on the other screen, this is Herbie, which calculates out accuracy for math like this. So it came up with a bunch of things. Don't ignore the speed up part. Usually if it's doing more accuracy, it's actually slower. It does say that the fast alternative to improve accuracy. So the thing with this is you can't really multiply by square root x and divide by square root x as easily as all that. This is the initial version, and it is 71.6% accurate, meaning the initial program at E minus 205. So at points that are essentially the same as silence, it goes wildly inaccurate. It freaks out. But you can make it not freak out. And you can do stuff like this, which apparently completely changed it, but that's probably because it's trying to calculate to maybe as much as negative 1,000 and give the same result. It obviously did not, but it gave us pure gain 3, so that's cool. Here's a version that's 98 98.3% accurate because you just ignore everything and return X. That is, of course, extremely silly, but it is one of the things that it suggests. So that's even less accurate because it's not actually doing anything. We would prefer ones that do something. Here's a variation that gets accurate and is occasionally, it's basically just taking the original thing again. But anytime the signal is below a certain threshold, we don't even bother to do it. So that's one way of doing it. That is, in fact, a kind of legitimate way of doing it if we really care about the fact that incredibly infinitesimal values go crazy in square root like this. You can actually make it better by ignoring it at extremely tiny values, because square root goes crazy when you do this. But yeah, here's where we left off. And what I have left over here is similar to what I would be doing in Weave. And then we got various other stuff sitting around waiting to be worked on. And here's Punchy Guitar and Punchy Deluxe, which I needed to update using this very thing that I've only just added. So let's do the Derivaclip stuff today. It's getting close to the end of the day, but I've got some nice stuff piled up, and I know I can produce something even if it is just purest warm for this coming weekend, even if I get bogged down in this stuff. Mode is the part that I'm interested in today. So this is going to need to be changed to a pop-up menu for the audio unit. For the VST plugin, it's going to be just a slider, but to the side of the slider, it will draw the thing that you've got it set to, because I'm able to do that. The audio unit, you don't actually get to change the label around, but for the VSTs, all the ones that I've seen, it seems to be quite willing to let you flip around the setting. And that's how I do some of my things. It's just that the AU gets to have a pop-up menu because it just does. So we get to incorporate. And this is a bit weird because I haven't determined what the clip point is of Pointy Guitar, but I think it's literally just what I'm using. I'm using it in Pointy Guitar, and the F-min, F-max in here is just stopping it from freaking out if it goes too hard. But it will kind of wrap to some point. It will, there's colorful behavior waiting in here to happen. And what's to dislike about that, I ask you? It's fine. So let's put tape pack right next to Weave, how about? Because they're similar. So we'll be figuring more out about this in a moment. We don't use this part. And here's where I go and find the actual calculations the TAPAC has, which I can find in various places. I could find it in literally console X3. It's possible that I'm going to end up using Weave for console X3 rather than TAPAC, which was my previous best choice for that, but who's to say whether I have beaten it? I am to say. I will say that if it turns out that that's how it goes. Come, TAPAC, where are you at? Could it be TAPAC 2 I need? This is the most recent version, certainly. Okay, so the filter part, that is the part that I don't think is contained in the original. Mind you, what we're doing with that filter is now being done with the new BIP coding, which is doing multiple derivatives and then applying that as a amplitude function, weirdly additively, in order to like break up crazy aliasing stuff and also soften the entry to hard clipping. Yeah. And this is a mono plugin, so everything is being implemented as calling itself input sample L, which honestly I could go through and change all of this to do as well. TAPAC is simpler than this other stuff. So let's step past here. Guess it's going to be Weave, TAPAC, then density. Here's what TAPAC actually is. Tell you what, let's do the thing. When we do the VST version of it, we are going to want to have it be left and then also right. So we'll do it like that from starters. It should cover everything that we need. Then we get to duplicate it, change the L's to R's, and we have stereo. And now this fits. Here's our TAPAC maximum and minimum, which is quite large. Look at that. We don't get to do these, but we get to turn them to what the current version actually is. So what does that mean? That means we can reuse spiral or indeed density. And X. We should probably use spiral. Why? Because spiral is close to saying input sample L times input sample L. It's just the way that it is multiplying acts a little different. And then empower, put sample L times that. Believe that becomes X. Yes? No. No, it becomes temp. Okay, so let's undo that. So we're looking to see it say temp times equals x repeatedly. Oh, I used a capital X. Let's do that. There we go. And then empower becomes temp. Not Timu, temp. And then we get to have it looking like the other one. And these variables have been declared. Also, they're at a higher resolution than we previously had them. So if we do this, and then this, and then this, and then this. So this is like weird variations on a fake sign. Hey, Visa Genomsy. And makes sense. Visa, who is GOG and why should I care? Dang, son. Other person just released this, you can move on. Seriously? So that is how we generate TAPAC. That is the same as what's here. So we can remove that. And now we need to count things up properly from beginning. So 0, 1, TAPAC becomes 2, density becomes 3, 4, and then 5. So in order to get these, what we need to do is make this go to 5.999. Google, dang. Okay, that would shock me. Also be funny and insulting, seeing as I quit using Google. Google search became useless for me. I ended up having to go to DuckDuckGo, which is an oddly named thing, but it does do searches better. All right, let's see if it built. It built. So now we get to run that sine wave into our new stuff and see what the difference is between these two things. Not even going to bother with this yet. It'll be there when it's there. We'll empty the trash. We'll discard it completely and then go from there. Okay. This is me needing to open Twisted Wave again. Yeah, I've been using DuckDuckGo for a while. It's funny because it's like I left real claw marks on Google, I tell you. I did not want to stop using Google searches. I was so used to them. It was like my entire lifetime I've been doing that kind of stuff just about. Not really. I'm really old. So I have existed long before any of that stuff was happening, but I was very used to using Google for things. I left big old claw marks on the Google, not wanting to stop. Okay, where are we at? Let's do derivative clip. Cool, there we go. There's our mode. There's our additional gain. We can't see span yet, but soon we can. Alrighty. Here is low levels of gain. That is the pointy guitar. There's spiral. Here's weave. That's tape pack. Let's start ramping gain into this to hear what it does. So I remember being pretty happy with the way that that went into distortion. It gets richer, but you don't get as aggressive of a sweep as you do with density here, where it feels like the filtery sound of it sweeps right down into the bass. And I don't want that degree of low frequency boost. Whereas what we've got with weave goes sort of more gently into saturation without sounding like there's a filtery thing going on. Now here's tape hack. Ooh, similar behavior, I would say. It's actually a rather gratifying behavior. Oh, I'm sure it is. We will turn that down a little bit more still. Cool. Okay, what I am hearing about that, they have similar behaviors in a number of ways. Weave is letting more high-frequency harmonics that are not clipping densify the sound. What I don't know is how that handles higher frequencies. So a thing that I can do to play with that is be going into this, and I've got it set up so it's not doing any of the aliasing control at all. And throw some of those crazy high frequency signs at it. Or I can just throw alien kittens at it and see what it sounds like when the high frequency cymbals get pushed up against saturation. Because the thing is, that was the end result out of working on a lot of that stuff. I got the saturation stuff, I got the derivative distortion canceling. I got it set up so technically it's not actually doing that, but it kind of is, and it's doing it over a much smaller time window, which is the part that I care about. And and look, it's time for me to thaw out foods. Here, let me do all of my things appropriately. We'll go to here. We have that actually loaded up, so let me just play it. And I'll be right back because I have to go and thaw out some food for my tacos, which is going to be in just under 1 hour. It's kind of funny to me that I am prepared to injure my fingers practicing guitar. See, it's wore a little hole there on the strings. And yet at the same time, I'm fooling around with these funky synthesizers and things to a degree of like, oh, hey, maybe this is better than anything that I can play, even if I hurt my hands. It's weird, but that just means it's weird. Who can say? It's not really up to me to decide what musical thing I might be doing and whether people would like it or not, because it ain't up to me whether people like it or not. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they do. And I'm looking forward to the wood stove cam returning again. I do wonder, like, I might have to sell a whole bunch of stomp boxes and have that be one of the goals that I wish to get. Again, when I start selling these stomp boxes, the first one that I sell buys food, because it can pay for those pizzas that I like, and I can justify that. Second one buys clothes, because I have become so thin that my clothes don't fit anymore. And I'll keep that, but it's still like now I have to replace clothes, and that's a drag. Possibly the third also gets to go to clothes, but at some point, if I'm able to sell these dumb little stop boxes, and that becomes a thing, it should pay for another camera so that I can have a dedicated wood stove cam. Because it wouldn't take that much. I basically have all of the things that I would need pretty much throughout. All I'd need to do is get another camera body, and I think I have everything else. But I don't have the other camera body, and I'm not willing to take it back away from the drum room. I'd like to get back into a place where I can actually be using a drum room cam and be making music and such like that again. That's always been part of the goal. Maybe not all of the goal, part of the goal. So here, where we leave off. We left off doing this. Spiral, weave, tape pack. So the way tape pack hits saturation is like this. The way weave hits saturation is like this. Maybe it's getting to the point where I should start building that pop-up menu for them. Because I'm willing to believe that's tape pack. It's not tape pack with all the derivative stuff. Oh, I remember what I was going to do. This might get a little obnoxious. What else is new? I shouldn't need span for this either. High sine sweeps. So let's shut off span, get it out of the way. It's acting like repeated sine sweeps. Okay, so maybe derivaclip isn't the one that I want for this. I do still need to make those go, though. These really do seem to be sweeping up and down regularly. I think that's just what that is. It's just, I've got high sine sweeps. I've also got something else which does the same job, but I forget why they're different. So let's throw spiral 3 at it. I think the aliasing suppression is fighting those birdies. That's about all I can say about that. I wouldn't say it's winning, but what it's supposed to be doing is fighting. Airwindows. Weave. Wait, is that in recent? It is. It is in recent. Yeah, without the aliasing suppression, the birdie that swoops down would be fuller bodied and louder. Good enough. That's more or less what I expected to hear. And then we've got it turned nicely far down, so let's do our party trick of alien kittens into distortion. With spiral, you can do this. So just wild levels of overload. But that spiral, what's weave act like? Since we can do exactly the same level of smash. Interesting. I think this calls for a little effect stack and some pre-gain and seeing what we can make happen. Because I want to switch back and forth between these options. Shifting up its gain. Here we are. Spiral 3, set to unity gain as just a clipper. Weave, set to unity gain as just a clipper. And for laughs, let's also, is that available? Not just yet. Also, let's do tape hack. Let's be real generous. We'll do tape hack 2. And this apparently has exactly the same level, so we'll do that. They all look very similar because they all have ginormous amounts of gain on tap. Default volume. Spiral. Weave. Tape hack 2. Feels more congested a little bit. Now we distort like crazy people. Oh, actually no, that's off. We turn it on, then we distort like crazy people. Spiral. Snare sounds better. Sounds a little thinner. Okay, that's weird. That's actually clipping in a way that it's not supposed to. Alrighty then. Spiral. Weave. You know what? Let's do the original tape hack. I'm not convinced in tape hack 2 at this stage. We're comparing it to a very different method. And so I wonder whether, well, using the very different method, and I think I see a similar gain level thing going on. Feel like with the very different method, we might be able to get more out of this. It's definitely trying to soften the highs. Spiral is less fat and kind of punchier and edgier. This doesn't have the high frequency work. This does have the high frequency work, but I don't think I like the way it does it. That's definitely brighter and edgier. That's got the brightness, but the highs are sitting better. Yeah, too bright. Unreasonably dark. Keeping the highs where they're supposed to be. And that's got a sort of dryness going on to it, which the weave doesn't have. Yeah, highs too much. Not enough body. Highs are managed, but they feel suppressed. They feel suppressed and dark. This one barks for days. Okay, 30 dB boost. We normally don't do 30 dB of boost. Compare with Tapac 2 again. Oh, that's so much darker. And compare with the original Tapac. Clearly too bright. Alrighty. So this has been a good day of work. Oh, am I? I know I'm losing frames. Oh yeah. No, if this stream dies, it dies. There's only so much I can do about it. I don't even get to bounce the stream anymore. It only has like stop streaming, auto stop, stuff like that. OBS stopped giving me the chance of doing some things like that. And it appears to be playing back from frickin' half an hour ago. Pardon my language. So yeah, no, the stream part is terrible. I'm going to do the best that I can with it, but nothing much I can do about that. I've got about a half an hour before dinner, and if anybody is still there and the stream hasn't blown up, because I have no control over whether the stream is blown up, that is YouTube's thing and not mine. If it hangs in with you, then hooray, is all I can say. Looks like I have Weave up and running. And looks like my stream position is completely appalling. I wonder if I can do anything about this in... Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. It bumped me back really far, but I was able to scooch it forwards to as close to live as I can expect. And with that, I will quit out of here and see how fast it responds, because it's time to move on to adding that menu to DerivaClip, because I am happy with where Weave has got to. And there we go. Okay, so yeah, I am apparently still streaming. I had lost I had lost frames, the whole thing hiccuped, it started working again, it's all good. And if it's not good, there's nothing I can do about it, so it's as good as it needs to be. Here we have DerivaClip. It's time to do the thing that I do in Channel. And I have a new version. In fact, why am I opening that? Why am I opening that when I have Channel X? Oh, no, I don't, do I? That's the VST version that I need to build. Some of these are just dummies sitting there waiting to be used. And some of these I need to add my new clip management stuff to. The clip management stuff did useful things in Weave. It made it so that the distortion artifacts had more crunch and punch to them in a way that's going to be useful, but without bringing the highs forward in the way that original Tapac did. It's almost like they did two sort of opposite extremes, whereas original Tapac went and got really bright because it's nothing but... Well, let's double check that. Let's see whether that's true. Yeah, original tape pack does nothing to deal with aliasing at all. That's why it was a little bright. It was a little bright, it was a little edgy, because it does nothing to suppress aliasing in any way. It's just relying upon the curve that it generates, and that's all. Now, the update to it does that whole elaborate filtering thing, which is also exists in Console X3, and that's clearly going to be changed as well. But what I'm doing in Weave, which is a fairly similar behavior to tapehack, but not really, is that derivative calculation for interfering with the aliasing in such a way that takes the weight out of the lower frequency birdies. And although it is grating, it is not as grating as unrestricted aliasing. So honestly, I think I got somewhere with that. Meanwhile, it's not tapehack I'm going to want to look at. It is, in fact, the most recent channel. Entitled Channel X. Not only that, I've got an update to make on this. This ain't even a thing. We're going to suppress that. We're going to replace it with what's in DerivaClip. But not, because this is the full-on DerivaClip, allowing you to do crazy things with all the derivatives, and what I'm going to be wanting to use is what's in Weave. We played with that earlier. That should do a very nice job at what it needs to do. What needs to go in DerivaClip is this. And it's going to be parameter 1. So cool, we can run with this. But we're going to call it parameter A rather than parameter 1. Paste that in there, and then these, and then we're going to go and alter them. And then we're going to make this all work. Oh, that goes a slightly different place. Don't mind me. Got a little bit derped up. But that can be fixed. So mode is my stream in 2004. Oh no, you have no idea. Check this out. macOS Snow Leopard. My initial builds for retro machines are built on a retro machine, so I can be sure they work. This also never gets updates or changes in any way, so it can't break on me or be broken by some foolish company thinking they need to update everything. I have a version of, Windows 7 that I built the Windows stuff on. Windows is always better at legacy support than Apple, so I get away with that. And yeah, rocking the 2.53 gigahertz Intel Core i5 for this Mac. Yeah. So I feel like I could move these up here too. And now we change all of this stuff around a little bit. So I use K for the initial parts of this. There's better ways of doing this, but this is mine. Weirdly, I'm starting with 1, and maybe I did that because Reaper back in the day was having a problem with it. Like, some of these choices were initially made to get stuff to work in 2007, so yeah. Oh, Junebug, Junebug, Junebug. I do not know what Mac founder wanted on my softwares, but I would probably say nah too. So let's see. We have derivative clip sitting around here somewhere so that I can refer to this file. And this is going to tell me what goes where. Spiral is first. Wait. We've then tape back, then density. Okay. Cool, cool. Getting there, getting there. Then pointy guitar, then hard clip. We'll call it pointy. And then we're going to add one more. And that gets to be 6. And we'll have the default value be hard clip. And now all I got to do is hit save and everything should turn into blue, meaning that it is able to refer to these values elsewhere in the program. And now I got to do a little updating here as well, because none of this refers to anything anymore. Cool. Now we got to name these. It's cumbersome, but you know, if you know what you're doing, it is at least pretty straightforward. You just got to be accurate. Alrighty, and that is setting these things to strings. They are CF string refs, which is some sort of private Apple version of making strings. Whatever, as long as it works. And we're going to need to refer to those elsewhere as well, but here is the basic files to start with. Also, I see an issue, which is that I'm pretty sure I'm starting at 0 here, so I'm going to have to change it or edit it. If we do this, either 0 or 1 will give us spiral. And if I get 0 for some reason, at least it will do something rather than crashing. 2 is weave, yes. Yes. And 6 is hard clipping. Good, good, good. This can now be handled more straightforwardly. You just get to do this. I don't know why it says single interleaved IIR. That makes no sense. But we're passing in just an int. That said, there are some changes that need to be made before it can do that. Channel X has an example in place of how we go about doing it. Param1 needs to say stuff like this. And then we get to use these constants for min and max value. Ooh, I got the, menu item. I have to also say this. It's fine. And we don't say K hard clip, or do we? Oh, underscore. No, there it is. Okay, let's select this right here and see if we can make it work by doing this. Okay, got there. I think I must have spelled menu item with a lowercase I. And then here's our first. Copy that. Paste it in where the 0 is. Technically, I could use numbers there. This is the way that Apple does it when they do this kind of thing. I am in the process of improving Punchy Guitar even more. It's like 4:41, so I got about 20 minutes. I can jump in and start trying to improve that even more. We shall see. I'll do what I can. Meanwhile, I get this to work by including this. So rather than simply saying error invalid property, and I'm going to have to change that param1 to param a. Paste that in there. Change this to a. Very good. Then change these to all of this stuff here, including an extra one. I will know if I got it right if it turns to blue. Boom, good. This is also determining which one goes in what order. Because this is a list of strings. If I got this different, it would not work. Boom. At this, oh, hello. Now what? Oh, I see what. We can't do that there. Nor do we want to define that as a floating point number. That makes no sense whatsoever. So we should be able to build it now. That should have fixed the problem. But apparently not. Okay, now what? Oh, okay. We can't actually... I got it partly right and then partly not. Here's what it needs. I don't know why it wasn't seeing these values before, but this is what it needs. Boop. Those are numbers. I was assigning string refs to it by mistake because I was like, oh, it's not recognizing this. Well, I know what to do about that. But it was failing to make these because it was running into the problem with this. Now that it successfully made those, it has successfully made this, and it successfully built. The VST is going to be different, but that's fine. And we have a working audio unit, which is ready and done. And now when we run it, oh no, chat's disconnecting and reconnecting again. Dang it. Now when we run it, you got this. Mind you, it's not doing its own distortion. You have to go hot into it. But this is what the AU will do. See, density is a little more bulky. We'll clip into the same point. Spiral is a little bit more lean. Weave has a little more guts to it. Tape pack has its own characteristic. Pointy is clipping things very aggressively. It's really clamping down the output. And there you go, here's DerivaClip. Oh wait, this does nothing because nothing's happening. But we can apply this to sort of undo stuff in a weird way. We can also use it to soften the input. Ooh, okay. Might not want to put this out in this state. It just did an infinity. Infinities are bad. Didn't crash though. But yeah, no, that straight up said, "Hi, I'm infinity," so we can't do that. Quick update. Quick update on DerivaClip and we should be fine. We can clip it to make it not be able to do infinity by simply adding another thing. Copy that. Run all of this, including all of this. Including apply the mult. And then a safety clipper, but it's not going to be at 1, it's going to be at something insane. How about 16? 16 is a bunch of dB over clipping, so that should be a pretty good insanity check. Built. Now let's go and reproduce that misbehavior. See whether we can get that misbehavior to happen again, because I should have been able to stop it just by that. There you go. There it goes over to there. and fire that up. Open up the same thing I was using, go to the same plugin that I was using. Molt and soften all the way. Maximum unclippage. It's doing a weird thing to the sound, I know that. So the derivative stuff, up, it snapped to 24.1, which is a safety clip, and then the channel cut out. And now it's back. Okay. So yeah, the way we set this up, we can make it break. So there's a danger zone there, but it can only throw a plus 24 dB spike. That might not be the safest thing in the world, but it is something. You're not supposed to use Molt that hot either. So let's set that insanity level up again and see what happens when we don't crank up Molt. We can use it to drive soften and see what that does anything. Up. We're able to make it freak out. Even with Molt all the way down. Well, what if Molt is literally all the way down? So this should be a recipe for breaking things. So soften all the way up made it become unhappy. What if literally everything is off except for the saturation part? Are the derivatives able to make it explode? No. No, that's not making anything explode. What if we sneak some of this in? What if we turn them all the way up? What if we turn them all the way down? And it's behaving itself. Oh, hard clip doesn't give it anything to work with. Here we go. You know what? Having its explode factor hard clipped to 24 dB is probably as good as I need to go with it. I could clip it a little bit lower. I feel like that's still kind of hot. That's still a lot. A lot. Let's have it hard clip at 6 dB over 0. That's enough to not have it throw any infinities. But if somebody is in a digital system where they're taking in floating point numbers and their only gains are floating point multiplies, meaning that they think they're at one volume, but you could blow their speakers up, we'll make it so that they can't blow their speakers up quite as easily as all that. Okay, you're a derivative clip. What are you? also deliver a clip. Fine. You go ahead and also be deliver a clip. I got about 10 minutes left for stream. We still got this open? Yes, we do. Voop, down to here. $6 dB over. We'll be a little more gentle with it. That said, I mean, granted, it's kind of concerning, but all the same, this is the tool I used to make some of these things. My point, and I used the tool for, in its non-safe state, to build these things. So it's like part of what I do is give people access to the tools that I use to do things. I've done the same thing with the reverb generating thing. I've done the same thing with the matrix reverb thing into the matrix. And this is going to be the same deal. It's like if you want to generate something interesting regarding derivatives of clipping functions and operate on things that way, this is the way to do it. And it gives you Batman waves if you want. And my next thing should be, well, let's start with this. Open recent project. We're going to use Weave because Weave has the derivative BIP anti-aliasing, which I'm happy with the way that's working, so we're going to run with it. And in fact, we're no longer using that bit, are we? This goes back away again. It made TAPAC too dark. And pretty much everything else gets to sit just the way it was. We are now doing this. A really old version of channel, I didn't have the break after this, so all of the settings were the same. There were only 3 settings back in that day. Yeah. Those olden days, man. You learn. Sometimes learning is a heck of a thing. So we're not doing the filter out of TAPAC. Weird that I was filtering after applying dry sample. But to run this one, we need to take this. We will assign it to input sample L. there's the stuff that we're doing. We're going to have to use input sample L again, but that's fine. And then this is the chunk that we put in after everything else has been done. But probably not before, not after clamping. Clamping gets to run directly. There we go. Here's our saturation section. Here's where this goes. It needs to say input sample L everywhere relevant, just like that. But that ought to do it. And then the slope clamping after that, which might make the slope clamping easier the way this works. Honestly, this could conceivably be used for, say, clip only. Haven't tried it, but in theory it would be able to adapt to clip only special form of clipping and improve it. Don't know yet, but we'll find out in time. So let's see if that builds. I'm thinking it just didn't because we had this from somewhere else. So I got a few changes to make here. We need to do an last sample A, B, and C. I got rid of those before I should have. They belong to something else. There. Then assign them to 0 and we should be able to work. Tempted to move those. Let's have them not sitting where the enum is. I can sit up here over the flip because it's where the regular channel code goes. Boom. Let's see if that did ya. Are we ready? We are. Cool. So in theory, I've now just incorporated the new form of stuff to channel X in the same way that I will be applying it to all of this other stuff like Purist Console 4 and Console X3. That means the thing that I just moved around is the old hat version, which I must now replace. And now as 5 o'clock rolls around, because that's the time that has rolled around, time to fire up old alien kittens one more time, but this time running into channel, the new channel. Actually, we can make a quick little effect stack just to A-B it between the more previous version of channel. Here's the last hotness, and now the new hotness. We have different, no, I guess it was just opened that way. All right. So previous version. It fades into spiral and then into density. Okay, that does feel duller. And I'm happier with that. Let's quickly check API setting. Or no, let's go hard. Let's go Mackie. Yeah, it's got something going on, but much happier with the new one. Cool. Oh yeah, chat disconnected so much. Well, it's time for chat to disconnect for good for today. Because we have reached the end of the day. It's a little wee bit past 5, and it's time for me to go and have tacos. And I would have to say I've earned them, as I like to be able to say. In this case, I've earned them by coming up with a bunch of new stuff, including Purest Worm 3, which I didn't even expect to get today. Purest Worm 3 was an unexpected benefit. That one just came. Pointy guitar exists, yes. There's also a pointy in DerivaClip. And that is indeed a thing in its own right. I've got a new version of Channel X built. I've got Spiral 3 built. And I have a new plugin which I didn't have at the beginning of today called Weave, which is the upshot of stuff that I wanted to do with Spiral, which ended up working out pretty good. Many of these things have been tested in levels of gain beyond anything anybody would reasonably do. And which is fun. I should probably do another AD clip. Or rather, I should probably do another clip only. And yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this new stuff out. All I have to do is completely and totally finish one to be able to do something this weekend. And there's still Thursday's live stream to do. So that's kind of fun. We should be able to catch up and do something else. Maybe I will get the Console X3 stuff more built and working, because I've started to apply that the whole deal with this derivative stuff, taking derivatives of the amount of clippage and then adding or subtracting that in various proportions. Whole purpose of that is to try to address aliasing in a way that's not the usual way, in a way that is more localized. And the degree to which that is striking a balance between the gratingness of nothing done to aliasing and the kind of unpleasant softness and lack of focus of the filtering stuff that I've been doing, I think the new thing is going to lead to good things. It's going to get applied to Spiral 3 and Pure Storm 3 and Weave, and DerivaClip is how you dial that stuff in, so there's that. And I'm going to be doing a new clip only. Clearly, I got to see what that does. That's going to be very interesting. And then it gets to apply to Console X3, and the distortion, the overdrive in Console X3, gets to be Weave rather than tape hack. And that feels kind of exciting because there's a whole... The reason I did Weave is thinking that I could produce a basic type of distortion / saturation that would work better for something like Console RD, the Beatles style, the one that's going to have the low end sucked out to a certain extent. I needed to get that hotness of that tube saturation going. And rather than be like, I'm going to model tubes, I'm going to ask Claude to model tubes. I know what I'm after. I'm trying to get a kind of sonic fire happening, and I will pursue my own techniques to go about getting it. If I am able to get any of this stuff working, and I'm fairly happy with what I was hearing, then it'll end up being fairly obvious. And it won't matter whether people call it, oh, this is an emulation of tube or not. It's about like, let's make stuff sound amazing. And what do I need to do in order to get stuff to sound amazing? And the thing with the derivative stuff that I've been working on, not derivative in the sense of it's imitating something, derivative in the sense of a series of derivatives from position and velocity and acceleration and stuff, is that that's doing a better job of going into saturated digital behavior in such a way that when I go into the saturation, the high frequency information neither recedes nor comes forward. And aliasing tends to make it come forward. And I'm able to make that high frequency stuff sit where it's supposed to. And I think that's going to be very helpful, especially with the Console RD that I need to be working on, that is about that Beatlesy sparkle and aggression and brightness. It really is going to need to hit real hard. So I'll do my best. And now I'm going to go and have some tacos. So I'll talk to you folks later, and I will see you on Thursday. Bye-bye.